Well, guys, what is going on? First of all, hello everybody. Today we're going to do something a little different. We've been playing a lot of Xbox. And we done our last horror game on the Xbox. Today, we're going to switch it up a little bit. Now, I want to thank everybody for tuning in, first of all. Always means a lot. And Eridar, what's going on? Welcome to the channel. It's great to have you here as well. And Exus, I see you. And how's everybody else going on over here, guys? Now, we do have a couple goals that I want to do today before we get this game started, guys. So let's get this started because you guys always say you want coin drop. So really, don't say that. Am I lagging? Hold on. Drop frames 4.9%. Holy crap! Hold on. No, I think we're okay. CPU's at 16%. Yeah, we should be okay. Are we lagging, guys? The love is real. Thank you. Oh my god, the diamonds. Yo, and the stars? Oh, shiny diamonds. Diamonds with stars. Yo, yeah, buddy. Zeus, am I lagging, bro? Oh, Twitch is lagging. I believe it. Twitch is always having issues. Always. Lately, everybody's been on that Beam live. Not lagging. See? Look, Zeus is on Beam right now. Not lagging. Live me, they're not lagging. It's only Twitch. I'm sorry, Eridar. You might have to come over to our YouTube or Beam if you like. Fortunately. Alright, so we have a couple goals here. Okay, and one of them is going to be, which reminds me, gotta turn the phone on so we can take a look here. As always, we gotta get our... I know, Myron, I was banning them. They were robotic beings. I don't like that. Then anybody's at 3363. Oh my god, what's going on there? Alright, so I got you set for what, 380? Alright, who's gonna be my number 2 though, guys? Who's gonna be the second guest here to add followers for? Bozzy, what's up, man? How's it going? Blame Twitch because you're a noob. I know, it's sorry, Eridar. Twitch is I don't know what's going on with them, bro. I have no idea. I mean, if I'm not lagging anywhere but Twitch, I guess it's Twitch, bro. Bozzy, that cheer badge is looking beautiful, bro. Yo, everybody remember Bozzy filling my glass? Oh, gosh. What? Yo, that would be awesome. All right, who's my number 2 right now? Myron? Myron, we're going to give you a shot today, dude. We're going to put you up here. So you are the gaming emoji, which I can't do. So we'll just go ahead and do brackets, TGS. And we'll do Myron. You currently have 49, so we'll say at that should be good. There's our goals today, guys. 65 followers for Myron, since he's currently my number 2 here in the channel as we just went live. Or Dunanimody is always being my hugest supporter here in Live.me. Or if we get 50 shares, guys. Okay? Now, this is for Live Me, guys, just so everybody knows. Alright. Well, we're still going live because I don't have the game up yet. Actually, hold on. Oh my gosh, I chose the wrong scene, guys. Hold on. Whoopsie daisy. Of course it doesn't capture. Where is it? Oh, I don't even have it enabled. Why is it like that? No! What is happening here? Okay, we're good. Alright, sorry I swipe. It's all good. My reminder, just stay in the stream. We're going to get you some followers. And then nobody, as always, Jacob, thank you for the gifts. I appreciate it, guys. Everybody's just liking and sharing it up. It's amazing. We hit 50 shares. Boom, coin drop. Do anybody hit those goals? Boom, coin drop. Myron hits the goal. Boom, coin drop. Zeus, what is that? How many times did you just follow? Oh my gosh. Bozzy, pause and play the stream again. This should fix the lag a bit. Right. I know, Bozzy. It's Eridar said the same thing. I don't know what's wrong with Twitch. I don't know what it is with Twitch. Okay. What do we have? What was I doing? $3,380, 65. Okay. Dee 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 dee. What did I say? 3,380? No, we'll just do fans that way. Boom shakalaka. I know, Aridar. Thank you. Ooh, what kind of YouTube gaming? What kind of emoji is that? Is that like a chicken or what the hell? I don't know if that's a chicken or a squid with some metal plates on its face. You have 94? For me, it shows 49 people following you. Is it? Okay. Oh no, you're following 94, but you got 49 following you. That's what I'm trying to do. Oh, okay. Okay. Wait, you can adjust the stream over here? What? It's 420? No way. Hold up. You can do that on Twitch? No, I don't believe it. Did they just give source encoding to everybody? No, that don't sound like Twitch. Twitch would never do that. Unless we had let's see here. Let me go to my channel. Ooh, Penumbra. Yo, I haven't even started the game yet. What's wrong with me? No, you're okay, Myron. Alright, what do we got? Mini player, HTML5. What the hell is this? Oh, wow. Autos. 720 by 60 source. 720, 60, 480. What? When did they add this? No way. That's crazy. Oh, I know. Yeah. You know what, Igzu's not even mentioning it. I gotta fix that StreamYard bot thing on Beam because I can't log into it, bro. Oh, Rick Anderson, where'd you come from with all that love? Yo, he's coming up, guys. So all of the gifters, it's always been there. I never knew that, dude. I remembered you had to be partner to have source encoding. I never knew that. How do I activate music? Oh, let's see. Alright, guys, we gotta get this gaming going, right? I'm scared. I am freaking out. Oh my gosh. Oh, thank you, Erdar. I appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. Ugh. Guys, alright. Let's get started. Procrastinated a lot, but it's okay. I love my fans, and we got to get the interaction going. We don't have a save game. Obviously, we don't. We just started the game, so we're going to go ahead and hit new. Of course, I want to start a new game. Let's go. Let's freak out. Yo, we always swipe, guys. Guys, if my number 1 or my number 2 hits the goal, make sure you update me in chat, guys. We hit 50 shares. Let me know. My TGS fans always let me know. So North Korean Mines. Okay, what's going on here? What do we got? What do we got? We got some typewriting action going on. See what's up with that. Alright. Oh, Mozzie! I see you! Thank you, bro. What the hell just happened? Yo, Bozzy be filling that cup up, guys. He don't mess around. Bozzy keeps that cup full. Can't babysit that cup because we'll just keep adding more in there. You cannot walk 1,000 miles without taking the first step. Gotcha. before I start this game, I need to fix something. We need to fix something. What was I doing? There was something I had to do really quick. Oh, I typed that thing in. Oh, you know what? Maybe it doesn't work now. That's weird. I have no idea, dude. I think if I had to fix it. I had to fix it. I have no idea.
Warning. New arrival detected. Warning. Welcome, new
Thank you,
arrival.
Bazzi.
You are the
45
fourth
bits, man.
new arrival detected in the past 10 hours. One
Fourth?
further arrival recorded 32 hours ago.
Alright, so what's happening here? What are we playing? Yo, no. Mouse sensitivity. This is too weak for me. Hold up. Controls. What's the most? The most is 5. We're gonna do 3. Yeah, 3 is good. Oh, shoot. Oh, we can't pick it up. Yo, what's up, Rage Bomb? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Ooh, then anybody's going at it, guys. What are we playing? That's a good question. We're playing Penumbra, guys. Rick Effects, what's going on, bro? You're fine on Twitch. Maybe it's his internet. Oh, look, Rick Effects came from Beam to Twitch just to double check, guys. Dude, thank you so much for checking it out for me. I really appreciate it. Alright, what do we got going on here? We have boxes all over the place. Not sure what's the deal here. Got some bright lights. We got a dead man on the wall. Okay, we can move this? Okay, a little bit. What happened to you, bro? He's not talking. I think he's dead. Oh, yeah, what do we got here? Just looking at things. Alright. Broken ladder. I kind of think I know what we gotta do here. Oh, man, I can't look this up. Maybe we don't go up there. Holy snap. What the? Ooh, good thing I didn't stay there like that now. It's working for me now. Cheers! Ooh, ooh, ooh. He's not dead. He's just resting his eyes. I know, he's just chillaxing. He's just chillaxing, guys. Yes, I'm using the green screen, guys. Using the green screen. Alright, let's go. We're gonna see what else we got going on with this. What if I hit this switch? Nothing's falling on me? Nothing's caving me in? No, we got some red light going on here, guys. What's this?
Name, Elof Carpenter. Rank, elevated. Status, Code C, imprisoned. We were so close. And yet, following the release of the Turngate virus 9 months ago, my personal security has at last been compromised. Yesterday, an unfamiliar survivor arrived in the next door cell.
What the?
It seems unlikely I will see him again.
Well, that sucks, bro. That just sucks, dude. Yo, guys, hold up. I remember what I was doing. I got the webcam and microphone set for Xbox. Hold up. We don't need all this delay. 0 is good. Let's get to the webcam here. I remember what I want to do. I remember. Because right now we lag, see? And then we're right back. Boom! Alright, good. No audio, no lag latency. We don't need it. We're good. Right, guys. Yo, guess what? So what's the objective of the game? Well, right now we're playing a, it's a horror game. It's made by Frictional Games. I've never played this. So, I have no idea. But I know it's a scary game. That I do know. Just so everybody knows, guys. Just so everybody knows. Look, here's the deals, guys. Here is the deal. You guys want a coin drop? Let's hit one of these top 3 goals, and we got this. 50 shares. Simple. Doesn't cost anybody anything to share. Just cost you a few clicks. Boom, we got it. Or follow my TGS member Myron or my TGS number 1 through Nanamodi, which Myron is currently my number 2. I think if the bubbles are not glitching, we should be fine. But sometimes they don't work 100% for me. So, all right. We're looking around. Looks like we got some eggs on there. Ooh. Holy shit! Holy! Oh no! Stop it! Stop it! The freaking goosebumps are real right now. You can't be doing that stuff to me, man. It's not cool, man. It's not cool, let's say. You can't be scaring me, Holmes. Olale, you can't be doing that, man. The green screen is poking out a bit at the bottom. Yeah, right here, it's going to. Oh my gosh. Alright! Yeah, it's still doing it a little bit. I'm not worrying about it. It's, how bad is it? How bad is it? Ooh, that's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam, bam. Do, 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 do. I'm like in a black and white movie right now. What's going on? Yo, this is crazy. Alright, guys. We gotta get through this, though. Gotta get through this. Stop it. Computer's always telling me something. Ho ho! Ho ho, Bozzy! Ho ho! X45 cheers into the cup! Pour it, pour it, pour it! Yo, it actually looks worse. Holy crap, what did I just do? Thank you, Bozzy. I appreciate it, bro. Guys, I'm sorry for the delay. Bear with me. Yo, color correction. What the hell am I doing here? Brightness. Boom. No, no! Okay. Ugh. You know what I gotta do, guys? I know what I gotta do. I gotta unwrinkle it. I'll mess with it later. I don't want to do it right now because we'll be fine. Now I look too colorful right now. What did I just do? Ooh, I just did something bad. I just did something bad. Alright, that's okay for now. Just go black and white, right? Just do it horror. Just horror. Just black and white. Just fading. Still fading. I know. I'm sorry, guys. Tricks, you need a bigger cup, bro. I know! Dude, I can't. With Bozzy, I'm gonna have to have a 24 pack of cups because I simply obviously cannot just do one cup. Wait, where is my drink? Am I playing again? That's it. Yo, Base, thank you for the gifts, bro. I appreciate it. Tricks, you need a big. I know. I see the green is fading in and out. Yeah, I gotta fix it. I'll fix it later. It's my fault, guys. Give me a second. Hold on. Alright guys, I'm ready to be scared. I'm ready to poop myself. Pee myself. Play the game. And yeah, play. Play with the game. Don't scare me like that. What the hell's the matter with you? Alright, what are we doing? This is a weird game already. Am I climbing up? No, there's no reason to climb up. So what am I looking for here? Okay. There was no purpose here. Ooh, that's loud. What am I... Oh, wait a minute. I know what we're doing. Oh, gosh. I know what we're doing. Stay there. What is this? It's like a... almost looks like a seesaw thing going on. Noob sir. Do let me know when you do that thing we talked about on Discord. Oh, Air Dart, no problem, bro. Just I'll post it on social media and we'll arrange a day and we'll open like a raffle or something. I think that'd be the best method. Hey, what's going on, H2O Dalton? How are you? We can see some of the green screen. I know, guys. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You know what I can do for now? It's just that see, it's better. Well, a little bit. It's just that it was just that angle. I'm sorry, guys. Alright. The 70s gaming horror show theme was nice. Oh my god. Also, can you play Bendy and the Ink Machine? Yo, who told me about that? I'm taking notes. Give me games, guys. Give me games. Horror games. Bendy. And the Ink Machine. Alright, got that one. What else we have? Game horror games, but you're even more scary. I know that's better. Bendy and the Ink Machine. Yo, Game Chime, you just said that twice. Oh, that's you. Right, yeah, absolutely. Thank you to anybody. Horror game. Oh, look in the mirror. Really, Eridar? Thank you, bro. It's a nice compliment. And Bazzi, we'll talk about the music bot for Discord because mine's not even working either, honestly. All right, we'll go ahead and get more into that later. All right, so we gotta put some stuff, guys. There's switches here. There's actually switches everywhere. What do we gotta switch right here, right? Where are we going anyway? Look, the lever's going down. It's going down, 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 down. What are you playing? Hey, what's going on, Sid? We're playing Penumbra right now. Five Nights at Freddy's. Ooh, that's another one. That's another one. Five Nights at Freddy's. You know, I've never played it. I think I played the first one. Didn't they make like 4 of them or something? Five Nights at Freddy's. Gotcha. We're taking notes with this guy. Swipe by swipe all the time, bro. It's all good. It works for each time the mirror thing. Ooh. Ooh. Yo, hold up. Hold up. I don't like this. Something's gonna jump out at me. I can just feel it. just happened? How many times is it gonna smash? Wait, maybe something to do with the battery. The battery's dead? What the hell am I supposed to do with that? Like it came down a little bit. Alright, so we covered those two. There was one in there. There was only one, right? Yeah, there's no more things to put it on. Yeah, I'm playing for number, guys. I don't like that sound effect. I'm nervous, man. I'm nervous. It's for charging. Oh, it's not scary. Gotcha, gotcha. Find H is not scary. It's all good. Hey, whatever the fan. Oh, we gotta get up there. I see a door. Oh my god, I'm getting goosebumps, man. Look at that. Woo! I can feel it in my chest. Ooh, somebody peed on this mattress. Look at this. Ooh, that's nasty. That is nasty. Somebody went pee-pee. There's two boxes over here. So I'm wondering, what is the purpose of these? Why are these here? We can't even lift it anyway. Okay, there's nothing in this hole. Never mind, we don't need to go up here, guys. There's nothing there. Ram took my number 2 spot. It's okay, Myra. It's okay. What's the point of the game? Well, it's a horror game, and I hate to say this, but I'm still in the beginning. I'm doing terrible, but it's all right though. It's all right though. I like the mystery and Dark Corners of the Earth. It's a great scary game. Rick, I have never heard of that game. What is it called? Call of Cthulhu? I have Clive Barker's Undying, but that one was like really old school. I didn't beat it yet. Look, it made it smaller. Ooh. I already know what we gotta do. I just know what we gotta do. We're gonna put this by the ladder. Okay. We'll take these tiny pieces. Put it there. Oh, never mind. Yeah, we figured it out. Rick's like, yeah. All right, so we have Call of. Hold up. What is that? I'm writing these games down, guys. I need new games. Call of Cthulhu. Cthulhu. Dark Corners of the Earth. And then we have Clive Barker Jericho. Thank you guys. Oh my god, we got a puzzle. We have a puzzle. It's all good.
Name, Elof Carpenter. Rank. What does it matter?
What's up, Bunny Butt, bro? PB?
They came for me in the cell, just as I was recording my findings. I felt sure it was over. My cyanide capsule was dud.
Don't worry about it, Myra.
And then I came to. In this place. This
Hey, what's up, Ram? How you doing, bro? Ram.
Sound like anything we've found so far?
Well, see, that's why Ram took that spot. He's Thank you for the 1 wine, Ram. I appreciate it. Guys, remember we got 3 coin drop goals right there in the scroll text right up top. They made chapter 2. Really? And what? Also, you can play. They made chapter 2, so there's different chapters. Well, that's nice. All right, so we have a door here. Oh wait, is this a hint? Triangle, 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 and an eye. Triangle, triangle, triangle. Triangle. Oh, what the? Doesn't kill me? What the hell is that? Oh gosh. I'm just waiting for it. I will jump back up there if I have to. Alright, so far so... Ooh. What the? Come on, man. The way he says Chilulu is hilarious, right? It's almost like we're watching Hulu, but it's like Chiluhu. It's like we're chilling, but we're watching Hulu, so Chiluhu. What are you doing, Chiluhu? Oh, your face when the crusher hits the box. I know! I'm scared, guys. I'm a chicken. Oh, man. What is this? This wall... Something's not quite right. I need to unlock it. What the hell? I need to unlock it. It's dead. I know if I jump down, I'm gonna die. What was the point of this? It's the gamer, I know, right? Yo, hold up, I'm about to pick this up. More weight? No, that doesn't do anything. Interesting. Alright, so we have something here we just opened. We need to unlock it. What the hell is going on? Give me the mattress. Yo. Now, if I jump on the mattress, would I die? What's my nationality? What do you mean, Funny Mike Pro TV? You talking about me? I'm Italian and Puerto Rican, guys. So what did you do today, Tricks? I smashed a rock into another rock. Ooh, that's great, bro. Did you start a fire? Remember, you gotta prevent forest fires. I'm not jumping out there. It sounds like a bad idea. But this looks like it's weight distribution. It's a pulley. Alright, guys. We are in science class. Alright, so we have a lever. That lever needs to be adjusted. Now, on this side, we have 2 ropes hanging down. There is nothing on there. Opposite end, we have some kind of weight just hanging around some ropes. So, I already know what we gotta do. Can we throw some lights in there? No problem. Alright, we're gonna go ahead. And, I guess we can... I think we're supposed to keep that like that. I'm not 100% sure. But I do know we're going to grab this little piece. Yeah. Maybe we need more weight, guys. Yeah, I'm trying. I know it's the weight. Oh my god, we broke it. What the hell? Oh! Well, this guy's strong. That's a pretty big rock. Yeah, it's moving. It's not enough. It's not enough, man. Well, every little piece of rock, we're gonna get enough here, guys. Oh! Oh, we got a flashlight? I didn't know we had a light. Oh, we got a glow stick! Yo, I forgot to check our inventory. How the hell do I go to inventory? Tab? Oh, tab. Alright, we got notebook, flashlight, glow stick. I should really know what these do by now. I don't. What do you mean I should really know? Well, they're flares. Yeah, they light up. I heard something. What the hell was that? Yo, how do I save this game? Back to new game? What the hell? How do I save it?
Key total equals exit sufficient.
What? Man, what am I watching? We're playing Penumbra right now, guys. Thank you to everybody. You don't save the game. The game saves you. Yo, that was good. Do you have a Twitter? Yeah, I do have a Twitter, guys. I have a Twitter. On YouTube, you may not be able to get to it right away. No, yeah. Check below the video. There should be social media links down below. Should be. Should be. So am I good? Oh, the portal is open. Battery's dead the whole time? Oh, this is bad news, guys. Wait a minute. I thought we was gonna need another piece inside. The heart says I want it, but logic says you cannot have it. Eventually, logic gives in and imagination takes over. Remember that, guys. True facts. I know, Myron. You know what? I thought I saw something. I completely just skipped it. I should have done that. Right, guys. Rotex up top. Let's hit those goals, guys. Let's hit those goals. Yo, I'm freezing. And now I'm on both. Ooh, I'm supporting you on here, both and oh, thank you, Rick. I appreciate it, guys. I'm freezing my butt off. I need a jacket. I don't like that music, man. That birds. Yo. Alright. Okay. Alright, guys, let's go. We gotta do this. We gotta do this, man. We gotta do this. Freezing. We're in a room. Alright, we're in a room. Get me the hell out of here. Hell no, just keep me in here. I was just lying. I was just joking. Alright, we got a mattress. We got some drawers. Are we looking for anything good? No, there's nothing in these drawers. Okay, we're good. Nothing here, nothing here. We can move the dressers. Ooh, sweet. Hold on, I see a picture on the wall. Ooh, look at that. Alright, let's get a better look. Get the flashlight, guys. We are on detective duty right now. Alright, where are we going? Ooh, what are we, like in a prison or something? Watch your steps. Something don't feel right. Something don't feel right. Hey, what's going on, Kingway? No, we're doing everything from the computer, guys. Everything from the computer. I'm actually making a YouTube video for everybody, so stand by. I got you guys soon. We're going to do a YouTube video because I noticed nobody's made one, and I'll make one for Light on Me to help you guys out. Wait, what? You're dumb. But Oh, you know what? I didn't whitelist it. It's okay, Eridar. You're good, bro. You're good. Shoot. It should have just... Well, let me unban just in case. You should be good. But yeah, he's over on YouTube right now. How do you fill the cup? The cup is over for Twitch, guys. It's cheers. So, like, what you can do, you see at the bottom of the... Well, now I got my camera way over there, but at the bottom of the cup, you'll see purple cheers. That was from Bozzy. Bozzy, by the way, guys, big supporter of mine. I got nothing but mad love for the guy. He shows a lot of love. And it just depends. You can send like emojis. You can send cheers. You can send whatever you want. I just don't... How long does my cup stay full for? I honestly don't... I have no idea. I need to get a bigger cup. I'm going to change the cup, baby. What was I doing? There was something I had to do. I can't remember. I don't remember it. We're all good. My YouTube is in my bio, guys. In my bio. But yeah, I'm making a video for you guys. Oh, hells no. Stay on. Oh my god. I'm staying on top of boxes because I feel safe on boxes. Painkillers? Ooh. Ooh. Alright guys, we are good. I got my my mango smoothie. Yep, that's it. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate it. No one loves me. We love you, Eridar. We love you, man. No homo. We love you, man. So good. Just got a new fidget spinner. It's dope. Ooh, did I hear fidget spinners? What's everybody doing with fidget spinners nowadays anyway? So what did we just release anyway? I don't know. We released something. Some kind of weird stuff, guys. But you know, the thing I'm looking at is like... I have no idea what I was saying. What do you think? Oh, is that what you think? So we just keep spinning, right? Fair enough. Let's go to stop it. Alright. Anyway, like I was saying, guys, we have a couple goals. Let's make sure we hit them up, guys. We'll get you guys on that coin job. We need to get back in the game because I am slacking like no tomorrow. Okay. Still waiting for you to get yourself a... I know, right? Right. Right, look at Game Try. He's like, what? Yo, we released something. So we can't get caught by this green light because I saw it just release some kind of toxic fumes. We got to be on the low. I don't know where we got to go. Like that? Ooh, stay behind the pillar. Stay behind the pillar. What am I supposed to do? What is that room? Canteen? What am I supposed to do here? Programmer, thank you so much. Green equals good, red equals bad. Right, color coordination, guys. Green light, red light. We remember them? We remember them. No way I'm getting in here. Okay, well, we can't go in there. What the hell am I got to do here? Door that we just can't open for some strange Strange reason. It's a panel. Okay, maybe we gotta hit it with a rock? Puzzles, puzzles, puzzles. Ooh, look at Funny Broke TV going at it, guys. Going at it. Make sure you guys follow Funny Broke. Oh, no. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, dude. We gotta... Oh, my God. All the high five. Oh, high fives. You guys remember them high fives nights? My bad, I had my mic muted. Okay, let's see. So it went like... Do you guys remember this when I was like... What the hell was I doing? Like, what was all that? That's crazy. Thank you so much for those high fives. I really do appreciate it. Alright, we got to get through this, guys. We got to get through this, right? I'm on all three. Rick is killing it, guys. Yo, I gotta figure out this puzzle. Oh! Oh! Wait, we got something to do with this. What this do?
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
Got it!
2.
Got it!
1.
I got you figured out, woman. I got you figured out. You know what that calls for? A French fry. We're gonna get through this puzzle. Nothing will stop it. Nothing.
9, 8, 7, 6,
Yes.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Wait a minute. There's a plate on the floor. I don't trust it. Wait, what? Wait, why are they letting me go back in there?
Nine, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
I know what we
3,
gotta do.
2, 1.
I know what we gotta do. Oh, you gotta be crazy. Yikes. Ooh-wee. Alright guys, we gotta see how we're looking here. We gotta be careful. Probably could just carry that. Oh! And I think the box is gonna do it a lot better.
Nine, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Haha! Ooh, what you know about that though? I don't like this.
Good day.
Think we're safe?
Good day.
Something don't feel right. I'm taking these painkillers. There's a lot of painkillers we gotta take in this game.
Can you hear me? Well, I hope that your ears... 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 Well, I hope...
Awkward. High five, and you do a butterfly shape with your hands, no comment. Hey man, look. Alright. I tried Dalton, but see, here's the thing, guys. When I was a lower level, I went to a lot of channels and I showed a lot of love. And they show a lot of love back to me. It took me a long time to get to where I am. So, a lot of my top fans right now, you can check each and every single one. I'm up on their top charts too. That's just pretty much the way it works, you know? I hope my comments ain't bugged. I need to stuff my base. Here we are, we're here, right here. Boom! Ooh, 3364 for my number one. Where's Myron? Myron, where you at, bro? 51. Alright, we're doing good, guys. Remember, hit them goals, guys. We gotta hit them goals. We're gonna get those following goals. We'll go ahead and get them coin chests rolling in for you guys. Alright, so we got a pop machine. Oh, wait a minute. It's tape. It's in. Ooh, we put it in.
Patient, Dr. Eminis. Medical examiner, Dr. Eminis. Patient, that's me, reports disorientation and rash.
Ooh.
I am infected, paranoia, oral distortion. Did I say that already?
Yes,
Patient had the most exhilarating out-of-body experience. I escaped reality. I feel good. Confided findings in Dr. Swanson. There is a 79.55% probability it will lead to her death.
That is interesting, guys. That is interesting. Let me stop my face real quick. We're about to continue on, guys. I don't want to keep the webcam off too long. But we're gonna be here. We're gonna get through this mission together. There's a box behind there. We have a ladder. 2 boxes. And we have tables. I kind of think I know what we gotta do here. Ooh, who just leveled up on my channel? Rick Bex, dude, you are going at it. Funky Town with the hellos. Aw, thank you, Eridar. Dude, that's like the nicest thing I've ever heard you say. That's kind of... Are you feeling alright? Hold on. Uh-oh. We're doing alright, guys. Fine. I'll stop being nice to you. It's all good, bro. It's all good. Ooh. Maybe I should put a light goal for you guys, because you guys are doing good on those lights. Oh my god, I'm so hungry. Alright, oh, hell no. Stay close. Oh, we still won't make it up there. I don't. Is there anything up there really? Yeah, I don't think we can. Yeah, see, I can't even lift it up anyway. Oh, we're good. We gotta go through this laser right here, guys. Oh my gosh. Oh. Guys, follow Rick. Follow Eggs Rick, guys. Unbelievable. Oh, there's the other half. Oh, we're good. Thank you for the pizza. Dude, you're making me hungry, bro. That's okay, because I'm already eating. Oh my god. Where are we going? Is that the real deal?
Keys persisting in the environment, 1.
What? Oh my god. The wine, the Sonic Faces, the shares? Guys, let's keep it up. Let's hit 50 shares. Follow my number 1. And then follow my number, where is he at now? Number 4. Guys, I'm almost done. I promise you, I'm almost done. I'll get back in the webcam. We're good. Hold on. I hate streaming without a webcam. I feel like a noob. Hold on, guys. Like, I've been going to a lot of these broadcasters channels that be doing the game broadcasts. I'll be watching them, and I'm like, guys, you need a camera. Even if you're on your cell phone, still use a camera. I know I'll mobile stream too. You know, but you gotta have a camera, guys. People want to see the streamer. Talking with foods in my mouth. Oh my god, Aridar, how did you find out, bro? Yeah, I'm fapping my mouth, bro. I'm fapping this Big Mac. I don't know why I'm eating a Big Mac. I'm ready to be fat. Are we lagging? Are we lagging, guys? Hold on. I feel like we're lagging. Oh, we look like we're okay. Okay. I know, right, Bowsy? I know. But here's the thing. You want to know what's cool? Look at this. I still yet to try this out. Whenever somebody wants to do this, you guys need to let me know. Alright, what game is this? Yes, we're playing Penumbra Joe. Thank you so much, guys. Guys, you guys are doing amazing. Guys, I'm back. We're ready. I will drink my smoothie on stream. Told you it wouldn't take me long. The hands are sanitized. We are good to go. We are good to go. Alright. We're going through lasers. Oh, gosh. Hold on a second. Beep, 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 beep. Goes right through the box. You see that? Oh! Where we at? Where we at? I thought we need batteries for the flashlight. What's this? Flashlight. There's 100% power left.
Good day, can you hear me? There is no time to explain. Well, in fact, time is one of the few things we have in abundance down here. What surprises are spoiled by such catty curiosity.
Man, that prices are too high. I know. Well, here's the thing. They are a little high, but it covers the tip, the meal, and delivery, I think. But they are kind of high, I'm not gonna lie. Alright, let's see here. What the heck? It's a dead end.
Ah, Philip, it is I, your friend, Dr. Eminis. Were you expecting somebody else?
Thank you, Rick.
I
Thank
already
you.
know that you'll come to find me.
What?
But
Delivery
I invite you
should
all
be
the
free
same.
man here. Delivery is free. Really? I think here, it depends on where you get the food. Most of them do have like a minimum delivery charge, like $3, I think. For the most part. Like if you order pizza for like 15, they charge you $3 for delivery. Anything more than that, it's entirely up to you. I don't think you have to do the... Am I covering my camera? I feel like I'm covering my camera. Or my, look at that, I'm covering most of my gameplay. I kinda am. It's alright. Here's what I could do. My webcam. Let's move right here. Alright, good. That way you guys can see more of the... There's more of the game. Alright. Crazy thing about to just barge up in there. What is all this? Close this door. Something don't feel right. Jump on that box. Get on that box. Woo-wee! Oh my god, this one's gonna be a little challenge. No! Yeah, we're playing on PC right now, guys. Dude, Bazzi, that'd be great, bro. I don't know what's wrong with, I was doing that marshmallow box. Ooh. I barely made it just now. Come on.
Exit available. Please exit the area before exit becomes compulsory.
Where am I exiting at? Guess we go back. I'm surprised nothing came out to attack us yet. Like, I'm just waiting for it. Like, I'm getting too comfortable right now. Wait, what?
Patient, Dr. Eminis. Medical examiner, Dr. Eminis. Patient, that's me, reports disorientation and rash. I am infected. Paranoia, oral...
I think I went the wrong way, guys. Sorry. I broke it, right? I broke it. Wait, I tip 100 and cup become empty? Ooh, Bazzi. Wait, did you just do that? I didn't hear it. I know, right? Air dart, that's what I'm doing right now. Yep, I'm going back. Because I saw a couple doors. I saw a couple doors. God, I'm cold. Where am I going? Ugh. nothing there. Oh, I think I already know. Oh, Bozzy! Twop shit! Dude, thank you! Different sound for 1 bit and 100. Oh. Gotcha. Look at that. You know why? I think I know. Okay, I have to adjust it. I'll fix it. I'll fix it. Oh my gosh, dude. Oh my god. Wait, what are the... Oh, the little gray cheers. Look at Bozzy is going added those. How's he think? I need to set it to where you guys get retro coins with it, man. I can't. Okay, so it works from anywhere from 0 to 100, but not larger bits, right? Is that what's happening here? Oh, thank you for the follow there. Good point. Very good point. Thank you for the follow there, Ariane. Oh my gosh. Funky Town, what's up here? What's up, man? Let's go, man. Bring me into the evil world. Truth is like sculpture. One perspective is never enough for true understanding. What the hell? It's going to use the port. Ooh, painkillers. Why are they giving us so many painkillers? Oh, how come I don't float? Just a box? Ooh. Oh, I think I know what we gotta do. Oh no 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 no! Don't knock it out! Don't knock it out! I was just joking. I was just joking. Hold on. You guys are sending a lot of love right now. Hold on. Bro, I have no idea what I'm doing at all. Yo, guys. Oh my god. Guys, my number one is going at it right now with the gifts, guys. Make sure you guys are following. That's too much, man. Too many hot pies and donuts and masks and bonds and all this crazy stuff, guys. Ooh, my number one knows how to do it, guys. That is what I'm talking about. Yo, I gotta... Am I doing this right? Oopsie daisy. What the heck? Hold on. Why does it keep throwing me off like that? Why does it keep doing it? Plan. I got the plan. Oh my gosh. so much student money. Oh my gosh. I'm stuck. But I'm not gonna let that stop me. We'll drag this down. There you go. Straight up, straight up. Sweet. Are you serious? That's why they're giving us all this. Hold up. Oh. This is crazy. Oh, I did it. Oh my gosh. But that is something else. This hurts. Put a box in the first orange thing. Put a 2-stack on the second. Right. Guys, I'm freezing. Why am I freezing so much? What's up here, though? Whoa, 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 whoa. This ain't cool. Am I going to die? I can't save it. Oh,
Infection,
God.
Philip, didn't drive me insane as it did you. Oh, yes, I know about Clarence. I bonded with the Turngate on a different plane. It has its advantages. I know about you, about the universe, about God. But you know what else I know?
What the heck?
I know what you did. I know you revealed the location of this facility.
There we go. You gotta be kidding me. Headshot? What am I supposed to do with this? Highly technical abilities in the form of metal. Oh, I see what we're doing here. Oh wow. Oh, I think that. Ooh. That's fun. You know, I'm gonna carry one of these on me because they come in handy. No, hold on. No, go back. You can. Yeah, capture card is the best way to do it. Honestly, it's the best method. You just gotta make sure you have a pretty decent computer, that's all. Throw ketchup on chain, it will melt chain too hot, right? Do I seriously... Oh, dear Jesus. Who's throwing things at me? Ooh. Oh, what's in there, though? It's a broken door, man. Oh, I get it. I see what we're doing here. Yeah. That was pretty easy. How's this being lifted up? Wait a minute. There was a nice little floor level there.
One key remaining. I repeat, one key remaining.
I don't get what we're doing here. Are we really just doing puzzles? I could have sworn. Oh, either way, we're using our brains.
In the event of massive infection, Shelter and Archaic personnel are encouraged not to trust anyone.
No, there's
but
no
the
way
area
they're giving us all these
cast.
painkillers for nothing. Look at this. We got 6 painkillers. No, you're okay, Myron. I played GTA 5. I think everybody played GTA 5. You got the wrong game, mate. I know, right? That's what I'm thinking. Well, you know what? It was a bundle pack. And it had, Wait, you can't be serious. I need to throw one of these books now. Oh, that was a miss. Try another one. And that was a miss too. That was an epic fail.
In the event of massive infection, Shelter and Archaic personnel are encouraged not to trust anyone but Dr. Eminis.
Oh my gosh. Okay, hold on. Okay, this works too. Hold on, guys. Okay, what's up, bro? What is up, dude? Black keyboard in a dark room? Yeah, well, what's wrong with the black keyboard in a dark room, guys? Where's my black keyboard? Alright, hold on. Hit the switch. Yo, hit the switch. Okay. Where'd my ketchup bottle go? Did I really just break it? Alright, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna try it with a book. Oh, yeah, the book worked! Got it, guys. We got it. Well, we need that painkiller now. Well, we don't, right. I know. You know what? I know it. This. There's no way. There's no way. This way. Pipe. Something doesn't feel right. What's with these switches? Oh my god, don't tell me there's a puzzle with this. Oh, look. Nope. Wait a minute. I know what this is. This was easy. I got this. Oh gosh, this puzzle. Oh yeah. Pull it out. Gotta pull it out, guys. We can't keep it in there. You gotta be kidding me. Oh, you know what I should have did? This box? More painkillers? Oh! Got it. Got it.
Most people unquestioningly pursue what society tells them to pursue. A mindless herd. But then there are those that think for themselves. Only these stubbornly logical minds could join the elevated caste. I questioned everything I thought I knew and felt prepared. But what use is that now, in a place that defies all logic?
Lot of puzzles, man. Alright, no problem, Rick. Thank you. Take it easy, bro. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Alright, guys, we gotta figure this out. Oh, God. Whoa. Ready, jump. Alright, good. We're doing good. We're doing good. I love the more precise. I forgot how great it was to actually use a mouse and keyboard, man. I try to do this with a controller. Oh! And that is why, as soon as I said something, I just jinxed myself. Where are we at on health? I just jinxed it. Alright guys, gotta keep it up. Right? I wish we could save, like, I fall again, I'm doomed. Come on, one more. Very easy, very easy. Woo-wee. Here goes that teleporter again. You gotta be kidding me. Something's not right. I need to unlock it. I am done. What? Are you serious? Oh my god. Unbelievable. I can't believe. There's gotta be something else. Unbelievable. I can't believe this. Yeah, I wonder if it has something to do with the with these. Oh! So what am I missing here? Probably buttons. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Alright, so okay, there's no hint or nothing. Okay, so we have 1, 2. I think we got this. We'll do 1, 2, 3. Maybe we gotta try different things, right? Ooh, what's going on, Ivy? How are you? Alright, guys, we gotta climb up this. This one's gonna be 2. 2 right there. Ooh, look at those gifts. Okay, we got 2 sunny faces. I mean, a sunny face and a wine. We gotta figure this out. 2. All this. Oh, we got 3 cans. Thank you. Yo, why my thing disappeared? I see it. I see it easy. These things explode. Oh! There's nothing inside there. I didn't know that was gonna explode in my face. We'll just do a book again, I guess. okay, Boz. I see you talking about Discord. Alright, so we got this switch button over here, but what the hell are we supposed to do with it? I don't get it. Alright, let's set the 2. We'll do that. 1, 2, 3. How do I know that's open, though? Probably the wrong sequence, man. Okay, this is gonna drive me crazy. Ooh, guess what? Ooh. What's up, Daytron? What we got? What we got? French fries. Alright, let's see what we got. It's better be over, but I think we need one more of the orange thing. The last time we went through it without another one of those. Something is not quite right. I need to unlock it. Alright, you know what we're gonna do here? I need one more key. Oh, one more key. Really? What is this last key? In there. There is one more key somewhere. One more key. I don't get those lights. Those lights are throwing me off. One more key. There's got to be a key somewhere. Not there. Interesting. Free ice cream? Really? Where at? I'm trying, guys. I'm sorry. I'm like failing miserably with you guys. Oh, somewhere. Oh, wait. No! Where is it? Ooh. Oh, we just been there. Oh! Dang it, Trix. Stop it. I need to stop it. I honestly have no idea. Let's take a look around very closely here, guys. This is Ooh, nice. Okay, what are we missing here? There's no way we could be missing it. Like, what are you talking about? I need one more key. I don't believe this. I bet you it's something to do with these, man. Oh, get out. Gotta be something. That's pretty good, Game Job. Free ice cream? Can't go wrong with that, bro. What do we have a demo go inside here? Got this. No, wait. How was that? For the shares, I appreciate it. Oh, look, it closes the door. I don't really get it. We open the door for what? Because there's like nothing going on. I know, right, Game Chan? That's what I'm saying. Like, I swear, I looked at this game. Oh, shoot, get back in. I looked at this game. It tells me... this one's scary. Twilight of the... What? That is so weird. Hold on a second. Why is all the caps? Oh, this is the... Why is this free? Oh, because it's a mod. I feel the cup. Thank you, Bozzy. Jeez. He is a lost cause, yo. Oh, wow. I gotta install this later. Let me install it and pause it. Right. Alright, here we go, guys. Pause it. Now there's supposed to be one more of these days, but where? That is the question. Are you serious? Something does not add up. Oh my gosh, Trix, really? Hey, sometimes you gotta take a break, Ozzy. Sometimes you gotta take a break. Are there any more shares, guys? We're close. What about follows? Are we hitting anybody's follow goal? Dude, what the hell am I supposed to do? One more key? Something to do with these. Oh my gosh, really? Yo, there's something in here. That's it. I'm getting mad. Trix is getting mad. That's I'm. Where is this last key, man? Oh, wait a minute. I think I get it. Because we gotta put that piece up there. I hope we get somewhere with this now. Right, guys, we're so close. Yo, what's going on, Big Brooklyn? Did you throw a pick to the next key to the portal? Wait, did you? No, I didn't pick up the next key yet. But I know this has something to do with it. But that's it. It just brings us up here, but it. We're missing something here, man. I'm officially stuck. Well, no, there was a key next to the portal, but it that's the one we found, I believe. Yeah, let's go take a look again. Something just doesn't add up. I wonder if the key is in right here. Alright guys, we're gonna get this. And I hope something pops up here soon. I feel like we're playing Portal. Beep, 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 beep. I don't know. We're gonna get through this. We're gonna figure this out. This can't be... Okay, so this was the key we found. Right. Thank you guys for all the likes. Ooh. Nothing in there. only other thing I can think of is these switches. Oh, dang it. Come on, Trix. That's why they're giving us so many painkillers. Really? No, we found one. I need to find one more. I don't see it. What the heck? There is a picture of a key on this box. Hold on. I think I know what we gotta do here. Wait, where did it just go? Where'd it go? So I'm humping the box. I know, right? I think we did it, but I don't know what it did. Dalton is here. What's up, Dalton? How are you? Yo, I can't figure this out. That blue stuff made it disappear. Where did that box go? Oh, Trix. Here in that box, you need to correct. I know the key had a key sign on it. I know, right? It disappeared, though. Where did it go? You know what I'm gonna do for this game? I should probably move my camera. On this side. Yeah, that'd be better for you guys. Alright. Alright, we're playing Penumbra right now, guys. Thank you so much, guys, for helping me out in chat. Guys are going on. That box is going to be there. You saw a key? Because when you break the box, you see a key. Don't say that. I swear the key is... I want to jump down so bad I can't. Wow. So the key was on the ground? Don't say it was on the ground. Make it rain! How many was that? Oh gosh, I forgot what I was doing here. Ozzy, thank you so much, bro. That's crazy. That is crazy. Alright, we close our coin drop close here, guys? Hold on, hold on. Let's jump down real quick. Thank you so much, Bozzy. I appreciate it. Just watch gameplay when you crash the wooden box. He's I know, right? Oh gosh, I keep skipping everything. It's alright, Myron. Alright, but there's a key though. Tell me that's something on the ground. Oh, it's not here. What the hell? Doesn't break. So I teleported back. Oh my gosh. I bet you I know what we gotta do. When it hits the blue laser, it vanishes. So do we gotta get rid of this blue shield? This is crazy. Brute force. Oh my god. Oh my freaking gosh. Give me the key. I'm out of here.
Key total equals
Bye-bye.
exit sufficient.
Gosh, you simply just would. You know that? Oh wait, I can go this way. Woo! Unbelievable. Unbelievable. We finally got the key. Right, or you can do that also. Right. What the? That was interesting. All that for one key, though? That's insane. That's insane! So, okay, you know what? After this level, if nothing scary pops out on you, I'm gonna assume we're not playing a scary game. Whoopsie daisy. But the makers of this game, they make scary games. I don't understand. Like, this is a legit title. This is Requiem or something. We such wasted time. I know. We wasted so much time in life, guys. What is wrong with us? What is wrong with us? What is wrong with me? I don't even have nothing to throw here. Here, give me a book. Let me use this book. Alright, now we can just go all the way to the top, guys. We got this. We got this. Right, absolutely, guys. Where are we at? How much do you have? Well, I don't think it really shows, like, exactly. Oh my god. Guys, I can't believe I'm so tired already. Sorry, man. Gotta eat some food. I know, Bozzy. I know the feeling, dude. I know the feeling. I'll eat again. Bring me a plate. Bring me a plate, man. What you eating? What's on your menu? Mine was kind of boring. Let's go, let's go, let's go. I want to beat this level so bad. Let's go. We got this. Yeah. Oh. We have infinite flashlight or something? I'm over here thinking of Amnesia where we run out of the lantern. My mic is low? Your mic is a bit low? Don't say that. Or, you know what? The game's too loud. Here. Hold on. That should be a little better for us, guys. Or I can put the mic more in front of me, actually. That would just make more sense, right? Oh, you swiped again? Yo, my flash real low in my phone. That's crazy. Yep, that might be it. The game, right? Oh my god, oh wow. How long have we been on? 2 hours? And I haven't jumped yet? No. I think this is all this game is. But it has like the horror music, it has the atmosphere, but I've actually never played like a horror game that had to do all this. The portal is open. Get through. Get through. Let's go. Let's go. The question can never truly be known. Agnosticism is the only answer. Agnosticism. Wow, I haven't said a word like that. Wow. Okay, hold on. We're seeing something here. Okay, now we're getting somewhere, guys. I think we're getting somewhere. No, I don't think we're supposed to go that way. Alright, we're getting somewhere now, guys. Hold on, ready?
I recall your arrival, Philip. I recall you blindly wandering into the computer room, seeking my knowledge, unable to digest it. And yet, I do not
Oh,
recall
well, thank you, Aaron. I
how
appreciate
it all
it.
ended. Where is this memory hiding? Age of the universe, 13.7 billion years. Intelligent species, 103. Meaning of life, negligible. But my own past is a mystery.
Very interesting indeed. You know what? I think we want to go this way. Got a lot of stuff in here. The hatch won't open. The system seems to be shut down. Okay. It's stuck in a position. Guess it won't move unless the lever has power. The physics, though. Alrighty then. Can't do nothing here. This is bad news. What am I supposed to do? I don't want to go in the water. I heard something. I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm scared. Like something was just moving. Oh, I'm such a chicken. Can I run and jump that? Probably not. It's over there. This is bad. Oh my god, this is bad. That's too deep though. Aren't we gonna drown? Can I really jump that? Definitely not. Hold on, whoa. Can I jump on that? What the? Dude, climb something. Oh, hells no. Get the... Gosh, we're about to be chased. We are about to be chased. Run!
Keys persisting in the environment. 1.
Okay. That's it? Huh, that's it. Okay. Experimental cleansing system. this is bad. This is bad. I saw something. I'm staying underwater. I feel safe underwater. The soul is ejaculating sewers. Maybe we turn the power on. I don't know. Let's see if that box is still on top. Oh, look. Oh. Well, what do I put in here? General 1C sewer pump system warning. Turning the generator off can result in flooding in the sewer system. Dump system for cleansing. Experiment system 1A. Okay. That's in here.
I'm so bored. I know you. This place. Why
What am I
Carpenter
doing in this game?
Elevated
I'm
came
so
here.
confused right
I
now.
know the expanse of the universe, the a priori nature of time. You could see it too, when you're not wrapped up in your own humanity. Artistic expression, free will, batting around your comforting fictional concepts like a toddler with a tennis racket.
I don't get what we're doing here. Unless the lever has power. Oh. Well, like, what am I trying to burn up here? Okay. Oh! What? I didn't know that kills me like that. Yo, Trickster, what's up, dude? How you been? Oh my gosh, what is... Just died from that. Hold on, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Looks like the battery is still functional. If I can grab some... Oh, wait. There's even a lever up here. Oh look, I see a key up there. Okay. Right. I saw the battery up there. There's a valve here. There's a key up there. Alright, so we turn something on. Can't do nothing with these. Alright. Getting somewhere. Right. Everybody has like some kind of ribbon. Bozzy has the cheer badge. Trix has the badge. Oh, Erida, I think you're the only one. Almost drowned. Hold on, guys. Alright, what else do we gotta do here? Alright, so we go in here. And while we're in here, we actually have... Okay, Myra, no problem. We're missing the battery. So that's in here. Lights are on. Get the lid down, see what happens.
I'm so bored. I know you. This place. Why Carpenter's Elevated came here. I know the expanse of the universe. The a priori nature of time. You could see it too, when you're not wrapped up in your own humanity. Artistic expression. Free will. Batting around your comforting fictional concept
We gotta knock that
like
battery
a toddler
down.
with a tennis racket.
See, there's a lever. Right. Oh my gosh, you gotta be kidding me. Where'd that just... Oh. Wait, what? That barrel just came from the other side. Ooh, Savior, what's going on? So I was lucky today. Ooh, overpriced. I know, right? Air does. True. Absolutely. Hold on. Oh god, this is heavy. Do nothing with that now. Okay, let's see what we got. Alright, we gotta hurry up and grab this thing again. Okay, so we're not doing anything with these. You know what I'm thinking? I don't think we gotta knock this down. Nope. The batteries seem to be stuck pretty solid, just as well as probably powers that device. Should keep it in mind if I can find another way. Oh. Alright. Oh my god, Trix, you would hit everything. I know, right? So violent. I'm sorry. You spent 20 already, right? Trix, you need to flood the sewer. Right. Hold on. Oh my gosh, dude. Now we're getting somewhere. The water's dropping, the pump system must be active. Bugger. Wait. Yes! I just got the battery. Oh, it's all wet though. Wouldn't the battery not work? Alright, we're getting somewhere. You know, yeah, I know. You know what? The thing is, there's always cheapskate people, though, Southern chick. You gotta understand, like the way I look at it, you may not get gifts the one day. You know, that's just live streaming in general, though. Like, but people eventually do donate or send gifts and stuff like that. So it's always good to understand, like, they may not be able to do it that day, but as long as you continue to bring quality content, oh, they're gonna reward you. Boom! Now, what is going on with this?
Yes, that's much better. I say, though oft inconveniencing, there are certain abilities I've acquired in recent times that can be altogether rather useful. Regardless, I just wanted to check on you. You're really doing rather well for someone with only 90 minutes left to live. Of course, predetermined universe and all that. I already understand your outcome.
Why can't I breathe? Oh my gosh, I was about to die. I was about to die. There was a guy that would have spent $10 on the game. Oh, yeah, that I don't understand. You know what? Like, I spend money on games, you know, because I like to support the devs for putting all the hard work and effort. What's this for? Oh my gosh. Are we freezing or are we running out of breath? That's crazy. I know, right? Game apps are cheaper than ones at the store. True. But what game are we looking at here, though? Look at chat. I have to show you something. What's wrong, Trickster? Try exclamation mark spooky no space. Oh my god, my... So what was I supposed to do here? Okay. So these don't move now. Come on. I hate games that do this. Really? Like, how much mouse space do I need? Oh my gosh. Hurry, 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 hurry. Climb, 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 climb. Oh my gosh. Takes forever. Like, come on, get up. Oh my gosh. I thought I wasn't going to make it for a second. You need to roll them up. Right. Oh gosh. Ooh. This is too easy. Yes!
Exit
25 more shares.
available.
Ooh.
Please exit the
Mario
area
Run,
before
right.
exit becomes
Game
compulsory.
right. Wait, that Mario Run is $25? Wow. That can't be. You know, something ain't right. I feel like we're only, like, it's like teaching us, like, the, like, wait a minute. Are we here? Let's get through. Thank you for the share. Alright, so what do we have for Myron and my number one? Like, where you guys at on follow? Oh, wait, Myron left. Oh, shoot, where Myron? No, Myron's here. What about my number 3 and my number 1? How many followers do they have? Are they anywhere near those, goes up top guys? It's true, though. You do it a lot. I know, Trickster. I freak out. A friend is no more loyal than a mercenary. You pay your debts with kindness. Ooh. Is that true? Is that true? Ooh, we're outside. Ooh. A helipad. Now I just need a helicopter. This is it? What the? I don't get this, guys. I'm trying to catch him, man. Yo, those. Oh my god. How many emojis do we have for those, though? Holy moly, right, Trickster? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, bro. We're not. It's okay. It's okay. You know what? 26 shares. Let's see. Can we get 30, guys? If we get 30, we'll change. Let me see. Make sure. Yeah, let's get 30 shares, guys. How's that? Give me 30, and I'll do one for you guys. We'll use a cheat code. Oh. That one was good.
1 key remaining. I repeat, 1 key remaining.
Oh, she's so polite. Why does this way don't sound right? Okay. Alright. 4? Wait, what? Larger generator with 3-part ignition system. Looks like it must drive some heavy machinery. It's stuck. The machine has no power. animation is not activated. This button initiates the generator. What? So maybe we gotta come back here. Probably gotta come back here. You have 4 emoji and they are different. Just was animation that depends on the amount that right, okay. Ooh, did your badge change, Bazzi? Dude. You know what I need to do though? I think I only have sound effects for cheers from 1 through 100. I'll change that. Okay. More painkillers. Alright, so first we gotta get some power in this place. That's the problem. So once... Oh, it needs to open. There's a long cord that goes all the way that way. Oh, 1,000 altogether? I believe it. Because there was a couple times he did a... Oh. Wait a minute, something will add up here. So we're going to actually get a helicopter coming here? Ooh, I feel safe already. Why does this doesn't feel right? Okay, so we got the fence out here around us. $1,200. Nice. Strange artifact? Not sure what it does. Some kind of weird statue. Alright, do we have to do anything with this? Are we really trying to move this? It is weird. Remember that one game just in the woods? Yo, that game was pretty sweet. It was weird too, though. I played as a mother who let her child die, and I was like, what? Is that even a happy ending? I couldn't even tell you. Dude. Right. Alright, really, we don't have much areas we gotta go to here. Okay, hold on. I think I figured it out already. Nope, we're not getting this out of here. Here's something. Gotta turn the power on. Alright, so we got a little puzzle here. This switches the hatch in the door. Wait, did you reset? Wait. Okay. Oh, you guys got some unfilled benefit. You guys get your benefits. I just gotta... Yeah, well, thank you, it's Alex. What's going on? Alright. Here's what we're gonna do, guys. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna grab this barrel. Okay, we're gonna grab this barrel. It's not really a sensor plate. Wait a minute. You know what I'm thinking? You know what I'm thinking? Don't get shot. Boom! We made it over the fence. Oh yeah. Wait, what the hell's going on back here now? Oh, it's an extra fuse. You don't need it. I'm not touching anything yet. Nope.
Name, Elof Carpenter. Status, Code C. Confused.
Tasty flakes? Oh.
Archaic recommendation. Regardless of my own outcome, it now seems essential to me that this environment be documented to the fullest degree. I somehow doubt anyone capable of finding the entrance to this place.
Good point, Eridar.
The exit. But my responsibilities cannot falter.
That's a good theory. Something is generating power to this fence. Looks painfully electrified, right? Do I need this battery? I don't remember. Oh, Bozzy! With the subscribe! Oh, Bozzy! Thank you for subscribing. I really appreciate it. Oh my god. You know what? I'm going to work on a subscribing scene. When somebody subscribes, I want to make like a cool animated background. I'm going to like say super thanks. Because that and you know what? Bozzy doesn't only build this cup. Bozzy's even a recent subscriber. That's crazy. Thank you. And why did it pop up twice? I get mail today to send you an alert for anniversary. Oh, so it mails you? That's cool. Yo, you've done it for 3 months in a row. Bozzy, I can't thank you enough, bro. Bozzy, what's your time zone? You know what I'm gonna do right now? I better be following you on Twitch. I know I am, and if I'm not, I'm going to smack myself. I know I'm following you. Let me see. I'm not? I followed you. I got you, bro. Ooh, you got the Avatar offline scene, too. That's cool. I've been in your channel, though. That I do know, but I haven't followed you? Oh, I fixed that problem. Should be good now. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Donato. Oh my god, the compliments are real, guys. You guys do so wonderfully amazing. Okay, so this door open, right? Or not. An electric lever? Are you serious? Okay, the door's open now. Oh shoot, that scared the shiznits out of me. Alright, we need power. We need to generate power. You know what? I like where Eridar's getting at with this. We're gonna put a barrel here, guys. That look good? That look good. Okay, let's go. We need to go to put this battery somewhere, and I bet you it's in this room over here. Okay, so I went through Sway. GMT +1. Where you at, Bozzy? I don't see you on YouTube right now. Shoot. Can you talk on YouTube for me real quick? I got you, bro. If not, I'll find you. Alright, battery. Where are we gonna put this battery? Oh man, where I put this? Where am I supposed to put this? Bozzy, you're gonna give me a heart attack, bro. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. I can't believe it. This cup is turning purple by the minute. More like the seconds. By the seconds. The seconds. I can't even think anymore. I just lost focus. We got a battery that I have no idea what to do with it. Maybe there's nothing to do we have to do with the battery. We turned some kind of power on. What's up, Source? Oh, so higher values kick 1 bits from the cut. Ooh. Gotcha. And even kick the emojis out? Oh. Alright, what do you guys think? You guys think the door's still going to be closed? Look at that. Look at that. Yo. Who was the genius to think of this? Eridar? Bro? What'd I do without you? See, if I needed a survival partner, Eridar, you're coming with me. You killed it, bro. You killed it. You did it. Oh, we're not supposed to go down here yet. Oh! Bring it. Oh, 32! Alright, so those cheers cost 1, so you get the gray cheers. I got it. Okay, so you sent 32 of those. But it's full again. How do you know how much fills it up? That's what I want to know. Okay, so we don't come down here yet. That's why. So we need a... What was that battery for? Oh, we good now. Look. The hatch is open, and we hit that. Oh my god, I can't stop popping. And so much down to keep it together. I know. But Bozzy, you do it well. Jeez, but you're doing great. You're doing great. Thank you for the share. Guys, 3 more. Let's get 3 more, guys. 3 more. Alright, there's something in this room that I need to do. We got this. Looks absolutely lethal. Looks as if... Must drive some heavy machinery. A fuse box for the generator. This button initiates the generator. Part of ignition. Okay, here's 1, 2. Oh, 26 more. Let's see. Oh, now they're flying out. They're flying out now. Ooh-wee. Look at that. Look at that. There's, you know what? There was a fuse in the warehouse. I did see that. Bozzy, what are you doing to me? That's a lot of cheers, bro. If I had something to drink right now, I would cheer right back. Oh my gosh, where was that fuse? Right here? No, it was actually. I just spammed too much. Right. And Bozzy can do that. 'Cause that's just what Bozzy does. Another 26 cheer. Oh my gosh. Yo. Ooh, T-Pain comes in with some wands, though. Thank you, T-Pain. Appreciate it. Ooh. What is that? What does that say up there? 26 more? Swift Rage. Kappas. Savior's like that. Oh, I see you, Bozzy. Yo, Bozzy's gonna break my computer. Got you, bro. The heck? How do I... Bozzy, I got you on that subscribe.
Hello everybody, welcome back to another video of mine. My name is Quark and we are playing Boogeyman.
Bozzy, you would do that. You just scared the shiniznits out of me. Okay, Bozzy. I just hit you with a subscribe on your YouTube channel. I just followed you on your Twitch. Thank you so much for the cheers. I thank you greatly. I can't thank you enough. Yo, what the hell am I doing with this fuse? Look, my fuse is twerking! Oh, another 26! What do you... Wait, well, hold on. I'm confused right now. Yeah, you scared me, man. That Boogeyman game, you told me about that. I remember you told me about that. Yeah, it works for PS4, my boo. Guys, for everybody coming in, thank you so much for tuning in, guys. And thank you for the wines there, T-Pain. T-Pain, yo, he used to have some good songs I used to like. We're gonna put the fuse in. Nothing. Nothing. It's a fuse. In a fuse box. That makes a nice change. What? Did that even make sense? Dang, I spammed too much. I know, right, Bozzy? Like, I noticed that the alerts were still going on, but nothing was flopping in. I'm like, okay. My phone is tripping. Why is it tripping? What do you mean, Magoo? You gotta use the capture card, bro. Capture it to your computer and then just use the stream software and you'll be all set, bro. There is another method, but I think they charge you monthly for the play your PlayStation games on your PC. For Xbox users, though, they can stream their games to the PC for free using the Xbox app, and they can just capture it that way too if they don't want to go pay $150 on a capture card or higher. Sorry, but spam man, dude. No, your spam is great. 3,700 more for another badge. You'll get that in no time. Bozzy, you'll get that in no time, bro. All right, what's in these rooms? Nothing. I see some live.me hearts though. Yo, them hearts are beautiful, guys. Welcome to the app. It's great to have you guys here. Eridar is just laughing. He's like, this dude. Yo, what am I doing? Yo, there was that switch over here. Oh, wait. Did we turn power on? No power. Oh, wow. Okay. Okay. The battery socket goes there. That makes sense. That makes perfect sense. Alright. We're fine. We got this. Grab the battery pack. Yeah, don't get battery acid on you. We're gonna be fine. We got this. Oh, Spazzy, take your time, bro. Take your time. I feel so bad that you're doing all the work on this cup. We're gonna call this the Bozzy Tears Cup. Yo, did you guys actually see what I got going on with this? Hold on. Make sure you guys check that out. I'm gonna add apparel soon, guys. We're gonna get t-shirts. Oh gosh. We're gonna get t-shirts and we're gonna get
The archaic demands, the archaic demands, the archaic demands. The archaic demands, the archaic demands, the archaic demands. The archaic demands, the archaic.
Shut up.
Thank you, Philip. The archaic demands respect among its workers.
What the? Yo! What is this game? What's his game tags? Oh, yeah, guys, for those of you that know my gamer tag, guys, just type in the chat for me, please. That'd be so much Blue Darkness. Like I said, welcome to the app, guys. Great to have you guys here. It really means a lot. So we got the power back on, which is great. Power always means good things. What do we got here? We got the shelter. Alright, satellite dish EXE. Yo, click it. What do I do? Execute? Send message? Yeah, sending message. Failure. Cannot send message. Link to satellite dish could not be established. Makes sense. Alright, well then we need to calibrate the signal, right? Could not contact satellite dish for calibration. Well, that sucks. What the hell am I supposed to do? Statistics. What do we got? What do we got? Availability, none. Functionality, none. Signal strength, 0%. Well, this just blows. This looks like an IBM computer. Nothing I can do here, guys. Alright, well, we got the power on at least. That's Thank you, guys. Thank you. Calibrate first. Right, I tried. Sorry, man. I can't buy t-shirts because they don't send in my... They don't? You know, I tried to do a campaign before, guys, for like t-shirts, and I don't know. We didn't hit the goal one time, and I don't know. It was all crazy. It was all crazy. It was just all too crazy, man. What am I gonna do here? I'm gonna go back this way. Now we got the power on. This is the thing. So now we got power on. We should be fine, right? Alright, so we got the power on it here. Let's see what we have. Yeah, we can't do nothing with that now. Combat arms. Why does that sound familiar? Oh, we're playing Penumbra, guys. Combat arms. That sounds so familiar right now. Well, even if they said it costs around $70. Ooh. My microphone, I pay $70 for shipment? Was that express at least? Was it? Wow. I hope you didn't wait 5 business days for $70 shipping. That's ridiculous. Yo, I never played Paragon, but it looks like a really nice game. Alright, something ain't adding up here. We don't get no signal, so that's that's pointless. You know what I'm thinking? Hold on. Let's go back up top, guys. Alright, there's something we gotta do right here. Is that a battery pack? What is it? Alright, there's something we gotta do here. We're gonna try something here really quick. I should get on it. I should check it out. I remember when it was like an alpha or a closed beta. I even had a key for it, but I never played it. I never played it. The only MOBA, because I know that's like a MOBA. The only MOBA I've actually played was what I liked about Paragon was the dark theme of it. It looked pretty cool. But the only MOBA I've actually stuck to was Smite. Because MOBAs are a lot of work to get into. Alright, so we're up here now. What do we got? Alright, that's... What the hell is this? Look. Okay, well, yeah, that makes sense. Holy shoot, it just kicked me out. Okay. What am I supposed to do here? Alright, let's evaluate the room here, guys. Should we use the glow stick or the flashlight? Glow stick? Glow stick's cool. No, we'll do the flashlight. Okay, so flashlight. Alright, so we have something here. Nothing we can do with this. Looks as if I must drive some heavy... Looks as if it must drive some heavy machinery somewhere. Looks absolutely neat, though. Alright, so we're not getting no power in here. Machine has no power. We have a fuse box. There's something to do with this. Large generator with 3-part connection. Oh, wow. Damn it, I can't run the system without using this thing making contact. There is a short circuit. The generator won't be able to start if not all three are in contact. Crap. Have I played Days? Never played Days. Never play Days. Wait, what's going on, Jay? What's up, everybody? We're playing Penumbra. Thank you for the follow, guys. Oh my gosh, I missed a lot of chat. I'm sorry. Smite without me has no joy. Right, Eridar? Bottoms up. Ooh. Yo. Smite is fun. Thanks to Eridar, I started to play a little bit of PC. We gotta do some with Bazzi though, Eridar. We gotta plan a day, guys. Guys, PC gamers, let's plan a day for Smite. But you guys gotta promise to carry me because I can't do it. Short circuit. There is a short circuit. The generator won't be able to start it now. All three connectors are in contact. Alright, so what the hell am I supposed to do? It's a fuse. Not seen one of these in a while. Seems good. Wait, what? Okay, alright. Thank you for the shares, guys. Alright, you know what? We did great on shares, guys. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do this coin drop for now. If you guys enjoy, make sure you guys are giving that love back. Alright. Okay, alright. We got Mario. We got Source. Let's take a look at this list real quick. We got Mario, we got Source, we got Zoe. We got Big Homie. That's it? No way. No way. Oh no, that is not it, guys. Make sure you guys are grabbing giving, guys. Come on, let's do it. Let's do it. I don't want to have to ban you guys. Come on. The bottom goes up. Well, I tried. What's wrong with my... Oh my god. Oh! Okay. Last time was 52, now it's 26. Or did I just... Oh my god, the spam is real. Ozzy is not... Yo, oh my gosh. Yo, that's great. You're killing me. You're killing me, bro. You're killing me. Look at those. That's insane. What is wrong with my app here? This phone is going crazy. Yeah, this ain't gonna work. Alright, so what do we have here? One second. I gotta take care of something really quick. Hold on. I hate doing this. I really hate doing this, guys. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. One second, guys. One second. Take a screenshot. Remember, guys, I'll see you guys on that snatch list. You're gonna screenshot. And we're gonna skip down a little bit. Take another one. Alright, we'll go after these guys later. Alright, we're good. Okay. So we need to know. Yes. Okay. Zoe is good. Oh, right. Alright, let's see what we got here. We got Zoe LB is good, so you're in a clear. 901 Mario. See, these are the people that know what's up. Guys, we don't like thoughts. If you want a thought, go somewhere else. Alright, let's see, what else do we have? I appreciate it, guys. Source is good. If you guys only got a couple coins, I'm not going to make a big deal. Alright, and then we got Big Homie. Big Homie's good. Yeah, okay, so the rest on that list, they're gonna get a nice visit from each of their page, getting an add to block list. Alright. So what we're going to do now is we have a couple other goals we're going to do here, guys. Like I said earlier, we said 50 shares, but where are we at now? Because we did one early. So we'll go ahead and change that around really quick, and we'll do that one at 60. Okay, so we hit 60 shares. We'll do that as well. And if Myron or my number one or if any of these two users get the amount of fans, guys, we're going to go ahead and drop another coin drop as well. So these users up here, you're going to want to follow real quick. Alright, let's get back into the game really fast. gotta figure out what we're doing here. My PC froze? That's not good. And thank you for all those cheers again, Bozzy. You're crazy, bro. You're crazy. Yeah, always get back. Yeah, someone coined that. Always. Always funny, bro. But it's okay, bro. I'm hip to the game. Like, I don't just say it to say it. Like, I legit go to their page. I will block them. I take a screenshot. And even if they were to send right now, I'm not going to accept it. I will still go block them. Because they should have done it from the beginning. But like I said, guys, we're not going to make a big deal about it. I'm not going to rage about it. It's all good. It happens. Thoughts are thoughts. You know. Those are like, you know, those are the people you guys don't want either. So usually what I do, even if you know they're a thought, just block them, guys. That's what I would do. If I'm in someone's channel and I notice somebody thoughting, I'm going to block them for my personal reason because I don't want to see them either. So what was I doing? We need to get that last one. I know you guys say grab the bottom, but we can't grab the bottom, see? Yeah, we can't grab the bottom. Nothing we can do with these. I'm thinking. Oh, wait a minute, wait. Let's try this too. Oh. We're gonna try this right here. Nope, nothing of that worked. Okay, so there's something else we can do here real quick. I can't beam right now, guys. I'm doing the game broadcast. I'm sorry. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. I'll go nuts. But yeah, how's everybody doing today, though, guys? There is a metal pipe in the one warehouse. Really? You guys are not looking on Google, are you? I hope you guys are not Googling this stuff. Alright, so we have hold on, guys. You know what? I went to grab water and I forgot to bring it with me. Okay, nope, just common sense. Right. There's a metal pipe in the warehouse. Okay, sweet, Aaron. You're right. Okay, so let's check. So we did, I remember seeing a metal pipe. It was, what's in here? Are these like military rations? Oh, wait a minute. No, not the warehouse. You know what? It was in that other place. It's a new feature for gamers. Hi, you all. Right. Oh, thank you, Funny Book TV. What happened? Yes, it's new. Dude, this is dope. I don't know you can record games on this app, right? Yep, very new. It just came out. My dad's always only coming around when someone is featured. Yeah, I know. Wait, was I featured? No way. I couldn't have been featured. Was I actually featured? That's crazy. Okay, man, gotta go now. Okay, no problem, Bozzy. Dude, good luck, bro. I'll come into your channel a little bit. Pipe, wait. It's a middle pipe. Conductive. You know, this pipe does stick out. Really? Boom! Oh, I'm in the top 10. Okay. I was not even expecting to be featured. Oh, yeah! Yeah, Bozzy, you made it. Oh, we got power. I got the power. Now we're... Oh, shoot! I knew it. I'm glad I brought the extra fuse. Boom! Hold on. Don't blow. Yes! On the feature list top 10. That's because of you guys, man. Yo, and whoever's been throwing me bad gifts, you guys helped me got featured, man. I appreciate it. Hey, guys, say bye to Bozzy, man. There are. Follow Bozzy. He's a great guy, bro. Great guy. And yeah, guys, I'll have to get a giveaway for you guys soon. What am I doing? Oh, we're going back to the computer. Okay, now we can calibrate the satellite and all that good stuff possibly. Let's get this helicopter, guys, and let's get out of this crazy joint. Yo. First we need to send a message. Sending message. Failure, of course. Send a message. Failure, of course. I think we gotta check the statistics first, guys. Availability, good. Functionality, good. Signal strength, 20%. That's not too good. Let's go ahead and calibrate. Searching for signal. Done. Aligning. Done. Sending ping 1A, 2F, 45C, 89D. Done. Calibration completed. Send a message. Send it. Nice. Bye. Hi. Hey. I'm low level. Low level on what? You're low level? Yeah, right. Okay. Yeah, I'm low level too. Here comes the high level flashing the banners. Yeah, I know, Funny Brook TV. You know what? It is annoying, but you gotta understand, guys, it's not really their fault. I mean, unless they initially intend to come in, but I mean, they can't turn it off. You know, they can't turn it off. I mean, and when they're over level 30, I sort of give them respect because it takes a lot to get past that level 30. You know, but if they do it constantly, all the time, like if I see them come on my channel 5 times and not even say one word, that's just creepy, and they gotta go. But honestly, they probably made a mistake. Like sometimes I'll swipe by accident, I'm like, oh crap, I just splashed my banner, and then people are probably thinking like, oh, Tricks just splashed. But it's all good, guys. So we're done? Oh yeah. Hold on, we're not done here yet. What the heck? Yo, we're not done here yet. True, right, yeah, exactly. Take it easy, Fifth Harmony. Have a good one. Yeah, I mean, it's okay. You know, it happens. Can we get some more goals, guys? Since, I mean, if we're featured, I had no idea that was going to happen. But if you guys want more coin drops, we just got to hit up these goals, guys. Follow the TGS Myron. Myron, if you're here, talk in chat so they can hear you, see you in chat. And number one, make sure you talk in chat too so they can see you up, guys. If they hit those follower goals, Myron needs 65. And then through the number, he's going to need 3380, guys. So any of them get their follower goals, we're going to do a coin drop. And then, or at 60 shares. Either one. It doesn't matter. You guys can decide. There's 3 different ways to make this happen. You guys get to pick whichever one you like. I think we got to go out this way. Maybe we open the door or something. We're about to find out right now. Nope. It doesn't open. That is interesting. 40k likes. Ooh, what game are you playing? We're playing Penumbra. Oh, well, thank you, Beware Pokemon, for the follow. Appreciate it, guys. True, it's a lot of work to level up. It is, guys. It is. And you know what? Like, I don't. That's why I don't get too mad about it. But like I said, if they do it constantly on a daily basis, and they're like, come in flash, come in flash. They don't even say, hey, what's up, or stay for like, I call it the 10-minute challenge. Hell, even 5 minutes is good. If they can't even stay for 5 minutes. But I mean, I guess if they say something, it's fine. But like I said, if they come in like, let's say they come in 10 days in a row, but never say hi, hey, or share or nothing. That's just creepy. That's some stalker stuff. I don't like that. That's weird. Right. So guys, make sure you guys are following my number 1 and follow my number 4. I think Myron might have left. I'm not even sure. Like, I think my bubbles are messed up, guys. Hold on. What do we got to do now? We need to go up top. Okay, I see the satellite. Ooh. Oh my gosh. This box seems quite sturdy. Should be some way to break it. Oh my gosh. Really, Tricks? There's got to be some way to break this. Hold on. We need something heavy. These little cancel things. There we go. Oh, gotcha.
Exit available. Please exit the area before exit becomes compulsory.
Now, my friend, our time is at an end. Time itself, in fact, has an end none too far in the future. At least for you.
Yes.
Perhaps someone else will take your hand and guide you the rest of the way.
That's just weird, man. That is just weird. Yeah, I know that is a nice dope. I mean, a nice dope. That is a nice spot. Hi, Fifth Harmony. Take it easy. We're on PC right now, guys. You can't hear it? Testing. Wait, what? What? Use the wheel at the radar. They are showing nothing to break. You know what, Erda? I got lucky with that. Like, luckily that worked. It is more strategic, Rick. Like, I don't get it. This one was not scary. I'm a little disappointed about that. What the hell? Oh. Oh. Oh gosh, not good, guys. Not good. Something's wrong. Something is wrong here. Yo, this ain't cool, man. Looks like a launch bay or something. Need to catch a car unless you're a PC gamer. Right. I have reviews, but it's not under me. Okay, so God Goku, what's going on, bro? What's wrong? Oh, you hear me now? Okay, sweet. Yo, this looks bad. What the hell is going on here? I see a key over there. What the hell is this? Can't get this open. The lever is currently locked in this position. Might be of use later on. What? Yo. Okay, this don't make no sense. Oh, this kills me. Oh, crap, we can't be doing that. Hold on, okay. Right, well, here's the thing. Something's wrong here. Alright, what? I'm already stuck. What the? There's not much places we can go. I know a deadly laser when I see it. This isn't one, probably. Oh, we can walk right through it, for real. Are you serious? Oh my gosh, yo, what do I gotta do with this ball? What the? Okay, that didn't work. All right, so we can't get it caught with that. Oh my gosh. So this just feels more of a puzzle game, but you know what? It's okay. You know, we did something different today. That's fine. I swear, Eridar, if you are right about this, you're gonna drive me insane, dude. You know what? You probably are right. Hold on. Is there anywhere in here we could put that ball, maybe? We're laughing. I know, right? There's nothing in here.
Good day. Good day. Can you hear me? There is no time. Ah, Red's humor has not faded along with his pulse. The trick was played, and your mind flashed that it was but another final record. And yet it is I, Red, your faithful companion, returned not just for Christmas, but wholesale for the foreseeable...
What? Alright, so we gotta get the ball past her, obviously. And these boxes are for something, so I'm thinking... That's crazy. Oopsie daisy. I wonder if the ball goes in there. I don't think this is the damn funny, bro. Thank you for the likes, bro. I appreciate it, guys. I don't think this is the way to. Wait, can we push the? Hold on, let me see something. We can push it. Okay. Dang it, man! Really? Crazy. Really? I wonder if the fast blinking one, maybe it doesn't work. No, it still detects it. Alright. Alright, so we gotta get this to the other side then. What time is it? How long have we been on? 3 minutes or 3 hours? Almost 4, guys. We're almost good. We're almost done. Alright, let's keep it up, keep it up, keep it up, keep it up, keep it up. You got us. Dark Souls all over again. Yo, that's a game. I don't care how happy you are, you will be one angry son of a gun. You could be the happiest person alive. You play some Dark Souls, that is it. Yo, I'm hearing things. What? The last one? Well, the thing is, well, I can't lift it up. The ball's heavy. Check something here. So really, these boxes got to be for something. But that last laser though, like that's gonna be too hard. Oh, wait a minute. Yo, I figured it out. Here's what we're gonna do. This laser goes, we go here. This goes, we go here. No, hold on a second, hold on. If somehow I can get, like, see how this one takes a while? Wait. Oh my gosh, hold on. I know what we gotta do now, guys. I'm gonna go really fast, right? I figured it out. We're gonna wall ride it. We're gonna Tony Hawk this. Once we Tony Hawk this, we're good. We are good. See, because that side laser disappears. Oh gosh. Yeah, it disappears. There we go. And then this one disappears. Okay, now this one disappears. Oh my gosh. Yes. Come on. Get it in there. Get it in there. Ooh. Oh, okay. That works too. That works too. And look, we just stopped the blue lasers. Oh, yeah. So the most obvious way was not the right way. It took me a second. I had to think of something. I'm like, wait a minute. Hey, right. We got it. Oh, yeah. Ooh, what the... So look, it stopped right there. Okay, so this kind of looks like, you know, when you go to the grocery store and you drop the penny and it goes around that big ring thing. This is what it looks like right now. All right, let's hit this switch. Nothing. Door's open. Ooh. You gotta be kidding me. Almost fell. Alright, we got that escape part right there. You gotta be... Okay, so this game is weird. I don't like this. Oh my god. This is gonna be rough. Okay, I figured this out. I got this puzzle. Let those go away. Oh! Almost died.
There are 2 keys remaining.
Good job, guys. Good job. We got through that puzzle. Sweet. What's in this door? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. No reason to be in there. All right. 1 key down. 1 more to go. Probably this way. It's a heavy box. Boom. All right. So that drops something. Actually, we were supposed to go that way first. Good thing we did that. Oh my gosh, what's going on, Ryan? Refreshed? Ooh, refreshing, good. Yeah, Penumbra. Thank you for the follow, guys. Yeah, we're playing Penumbra. I thought it was a horror game. I'm sorry, guys. Fictional games makes horror games, and I had no idea. It says maintenance bridge. Maintenance bridge? It does? Where? Oh boy. It's like we're on a roller coaster. Blocks to shoot when it's in a lower position. Ooh, okay. We're gonna climb over. This is weird. So we're like in a glass thing or something. Alright, so now we actually get this coming through the cage. Not much man, just hanging out with oh, that's good, Robin. I'm glad to hear that, bro. It's always good. Family time's a good time. Absolutely. We got a valve here. just... Oh. Am I supposed to do this? Wait, what? I don't. Maybe I am supposed to do that. I have no idea. All right. Right. Oh, Harry Potter. Yo, they made so many Harry Potters. Yeah, it is something different. Absolutely, I like different. That's the thing. I don't like playing your everyday average, you know, game that everybody plays because they're playing it. All right, so there's something here we gotta do now. Oh, that's not gonna work. All right. Oh, wait. I already see it. It's gonna take me way up here. 8 movies? Ooh, that's a lot. Ooh, what do we got up here though? What is all this? A book! It's murky, but I can just make out what's running through the...
Yet another strange phenomenon. I have a feeling like being watched, only less direct, as if someone were listening to my thoughts. Yes, that's right. I hear you there, breathing, siphoning off my every notion like some perverted guardian angel. How are you in my head? Where are you? Show yourself.
Weird. MVP? Oh, that's a long grind there. It's murky. I can see what others to the floor below. Oh, okay. My character is spazzing out right now. We got switches here. Okay, I see the ball right there. Let's go to hit this. That's it? I guess that's it. Yeah, we're on a PC game right now, guys. Oh gosh, don't fall. So where is... Oh, we gotta get down there. Is that what we're doing? So we gotta get the one more key, guys. Alright, let's see. I don't think we can go this way because I think the gate's probably gonna be closed. Yeah. That sucks. Alright, hold on. This ain't gonna work. I don't think that's gonna work either. So the thing must have went way down there. What am I doing? I don't think we're supposed to do this. Yo, thank you for the follow, guys. I appreciate it. I'm back. No, you're good. You're good. I'm actually supposed to be getting off here. Just need to find one more key. See, the game doesn't tell me anything. sense. Now what? Ooh-wee. So why did I hit that switch? Interesting. We gotta get. Wait, this is water, right? I think we could just jump down. I don't even know. It doesn't even look. It doesn't even sound right. I think we just jump down. Maybe we jump down. But not too high. So hold on, let's get somewhere. Okay, I got you, Radar. No problem, no problem, no problem. No, we do gotta set up the time to do that. Oh gosh. Well, we don't do that. We definitely don't jump down in water. Oh, did we? What? I guess it is deadly. Alright, that's it. That's it. There's gotta be a way, guys. There's gotta be a way. Yo, what's going on, Gatron? Welcome back, welcome back. Yo, guys, hold on. We gotta figure this out. Figure this out. The gate is open. Yo, why do I feel like I heard that song before? Alright, run it. There we go. See, now we're not jumping so high. So now we're going right where the ball went. We are good. We are good. Radio tube, there are plenty of sensitive electronic disturbances. gotta be something more simple than this. Alright, buddy, take it easy, buddy. Take it easy, buddy. Thank you so much for hanging out. I really do appreciate it. Thank you, everybody, for the follows. Guys, make sure you guys are following my top 3, guys. It's like a drive-through. True. True. Thinking now? Oh, wait. Really? Got the last key. Hey, where did this come from?
Required key collection reduced to 1. Termination in 5 minutes.
Whoa. She just said 5 minutes? Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, I didn't even know the ladder was there. I forgot. Paradar, you're a genius, bro. Let's go this way. So we got both keys though, so we're good. I think we're done. Ooh. What? No way. No way. Something ain't right. Something's not right.
Termination in 4 minutes.
Oh, I'm so doomed. I'm so doomed. There was another method. There was another way. Oh, we're doomed. Oh, that's not good. Oh, so we lose life in that water. Okay.
Termination in 5 minutes.
Oh my gosh, what is, how do I get that key? This was that key I couldn't get before, I don't think. Ooh.
Level exit open. Level exit open.
This almost feels like Stanley Parable almost. Like, anybody remember that game? That was a weird game. That was the one we couldn't get her. Oh yes. Alright, what do we got? Don't ask, don't get. This game's longer than I thought. It was a brilliant game. I have to agree. It was definitely brilliant. Yo, where we at now? Alright. Got dead flying fishes, whatever the hell that is. Okay. How to keep my fingers out, or else they'll probably... And probably the rest of me may not be coming back. Okay. Well, we're not going that way. Going down into the dark. Yo, thank you so much. Thank you for the magic wand. I appreciate it. Alright, what do we got here, guys? You know what? I think I already figured out one thing already. Okay. I'll take a look at it. I got you. I'll take a look. Grab the gear. The ladder. We're going down. Meet me at the bottom. Because I'm going down. I gotta grab the gear to make it spin around. Boom! 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 It's gotta be one of those. Oh, we can't do much of anything yet, guys. Ooh, whoa. Need one more, guys.
Cogwheels are designed to fit on cog spokes. Once fitted, qualified personnel, that's you, should operate the cogwheel button.
The heck? This is weird.
You should probably get going.
What? Where am I? Hot enough to strip skin from flesh out of Rager. Maybe I should go for a dip. Oh. We found it. We found all three gears. All three gears. Okay, that was weird. That was weird. Right, thank you so much, guys. So now what? Okay, we got this ball again. What is with this ball? The sound it makes. Okay. We got that in the right place. Even though that was not what I was expecting it to be, right? Not a bad game though. Like, the game is pretty nice. Oh gosh. Well, we're not going that way then. What the heck? Maybe the laser's gone? I don't know. Nope. Laser is still here. Oh, that's actually the exit anyway. I can see the thing. Alright, we're going down, guys. We are going down. Let's go. Let's take a look at these pipes. I know one doesn't burn me, but this one does. Oh. I didn't even see this ladder here. Thank you, number one. Door doesn't open. Nothing must be broken. A control panel without any controls? That's interesting. Oh, look. Alright. So we gotta get the ball. Holy crap. Do I jump in the middle or do I run around? Oh! Whoops. Oh, whoops! Oopsie daisy. What's going on, Pro Xbox Gamer? How are you? Alright, so... Wait, where'd the ball go? Oh, it's got it. Don't tell me it ain't come down again. Oh my gosh, really? Really? Hey. What's up? What is up? Alright, yo, so we're about to skip past this because we see the ball. So we gotta get it through there, which we have no controls right now. But this room we gotta watch. I thought it would let me inside. Ooh-wee. They're jumping in some giant pistons right now. Ooh. Yes. One key.
Keys detected. One less than previously equals 2.
Wait, what? Okay, well, yeah, that's... Ooh, what's this? Okay. Guess we can't do anything with that. So let's just hope that steam's out the way. Yeah, and that's something I can think of. Definitely a control for the machine, but there's no control, so... Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Eridar, I literally just said no controls. Now I know what the heck it's for. Oh! Now we need one more lever. We need one more lever here, guys. How's everybody doing? How is everybody doing? I know, right? Yo, why does it sound so good right now? Alright. I'm gonna cross my fingers and think that this theme is gone. Nope. It's not gone. Same. I know, right? I know. I have to. Oh, okay. I see you on beam 2. What's going on? How are you, pretty boy? Yo, we can't do nothing with this. It's broken. This lever just brings up this stuff. There's another lever somewhere, guys. Another lever somewhere. Maybe it's somewhere around here. This is a scary room, man. I see the tunnel.
Madness and madmen. That seems to be all this place holds. Tom Redwood. I remember that name from somewhere. He contacted me on a radio I don't remember picking up. Talking gibberish, threatening me. I would rather die than end up like him. Do you hear me, ghosts? I won't let you take me alive!
That is crazy. Ooh. Ooh. One more. Ooh. Oh, what the? Did something. It did something, right? Good in you. Alright. So put it alright, absolutely, always. Oh, it wouldn't open, Theodore. I tried it. It wouldn't open. What is all that? What is all that? The steam is gone. Sweet. Ooh, okay. Oh gosh. Oh, that death scene though. Yo. Oh gosh, I'm gonna fall off again. This is too many.
Keys persisting in the environment. 1.
One more key, guys.
Like a good apple pie, he crumbled to the floor. And that, my friend, is how I returned to this place. A 6-foot-tall and twisty tale, I'm sure you will agree. Comparable in heroism only to the greatest rescue of all, that of Red by Philip. And yet, when last we met, you cast away my advice as you might a freshly soiled child in need of a spanking. Why would you come to this place when you had all the wing rats you could domesticate and dread low-maintenance subterranean empire to inherit? Why? Why?
What is it, Donkey Kong now? We're playing Donkey Kong? You got Donkey Kong on top like throwing angry barrels at me. Jeez. Missed. Ooh. This is a really... Ow!
Level exit open. Level exit open.
So weird. Ooh. That was close. Alright, so exit.
Where am I? Can you hear me? Still? He promised me death, the madman, and I
Are you gonna get a
refused.
spinner guy, Dragon?
My own life was the one thing I thought I could control. Do not make the same mistake as I,
What the hell was
for
that?
I am trapped here. Eternal darkness.
Screw that. Mm-mm. Get out of here. Get out of here. Steam is gone? Wait, what? What are we gonna play games now? Get out of here. Steam is gone? What are we gonna play games now? No way. Steam can't go. That'd be messed up though. Which is more likely. Or that they're somehow mistaken of thinking of themselves. Hot air, right? Oh. Yeah, what did I just wake up with?
We are such good and lasting friends, you and I.
Oh, the game does save. Level 8? How many levels are
That
there?
I cannot stay, if the pun is pardonable, mad. It is because we are such good friends that I will not break you as I did the boring Alof before. We shall escape this place, you and I. Either that or be locked here forever. Personally, I have little preference.
Alright, well, here's what I'm gonna do, guys. I thought we were almost done, but I don't think we are. We're gonna have to continue this another time. We just hit 4 hours and 17 minutes. We did good. We're playing Penumbra, but I actually do gotta head out, guys. We've been streaming almost for 4.5 hours now. We'll go ahead and continue and stream again. We'll do episode 2 of this game. And when I got this game, it came with 3 different versions. It came with the Black Plague, Requiem, and Overture or something like that. So we'll see what happens. But for the most part, guys, I want to thank you guys for definitely hanging out. Okay, hold on a second. Alright, so here we go, guys. We're gonna go ahead and let's see here. Oops. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and head offline here, guys. I want to thank you guys for everything we did. I am sorry, Brian. I gotta go. I gotta go, guys. It was a good run. We had a great time. You guys did amazing. Oh my god, we had 1,800 views? No way. Who did that? Who did that to us? You guys did. Beautiful. I will catch you guys later. Thank you so much for everything. Make sure you guys are following. Make sure you guys are make sure you enable to live notifications so you know when we're live. But I will definitely catch you guys later. Love you all. Be safe. Have fun. We'll put some music on for the offline session. And you guys have a wonderful night. We were so close to a couple of these goals, guys, but we still did good enough. You guys have a good one. Adios.